Pick your ear.
Hello, Chamber Music World. This is Ray Shows, founder and director of the St. Paul String Quartet Competition. We are delighted to hold our 16th annual event and virtually this year. Once again, the pandemic has not quite left us yet, so we are making arrangements to have these virtual events happen so that the continuation of the study and the presence and the presentation of chamber music keeps going on. So we have wonderful groups playing for you today. And I'm joined today with my good friend and co-host, Allison Young. And Allison, welcome to the show today.
Thank you. It's so good to be back this year.
It is. It's nice to have a team member that remembers us doing this last year. We have 6 wonderful groups today, but before I get started, I just want to recognize all of the terrific sponsors and donors, the many people and families and groups of supporters that have helped make this event possible. We will announce them at the end of the whole program so that the list is complete, and also right around the time when we make the awards. So the first thing I want to do is to just mention that we have 2 juries involved with this particular process. We have the selection jury that a month ago heard the initial recordings, and then we have the wonderful selection jury, and then we have the wonderful St. Lawrence String Quartet live listening right now as they are going to make their adjudications and scorings and comments for the 6 finalists that were selected by the previous jury. Information about the juries and information about each of the groups can be easily found at the main website, the spsqc.org website. You can find more in-depth bios. But as we get started here, I would like Allison, please, to maybe introduce each of the groups as they maybe read their main bio. And we'll get started with this as soon as our engineer is ready to go.
Yeah, so we begin with the Haydn Round, which I find really interesting, and also something that really kind of levels the playing field. Every single quartet has to play a Haydn quartet, the father of the string quartet. And we begin with an ensemble called the Stars Aligned Siblings. They're going to play from the Quartet in D minor by Haydn, Opus 76, number 2, if you're counting. And I'll tell you a little bit about them. They're pretty amazing. You'll hear my first sentence and you'll say, what? Stars Aligned Siblings is an all-sibling string quartet ages 8, 11, 13, and 14 years old. Yes, starting with an 8-year-old. They've toured internationally at festivals and events in the United Kingdom, Argentina, Mexico, and in the United States. Formerly, they were known as the Little Stars Trio, and the siblings have appeared on NBC TV's Little Big Shots with host Steve Harvey and on ITV's Little Big Shots in the UK. They performed as soloists and as a quartet at Iguazu and Concierto Festival in Argentina and at Festival Alfonso Ortiz Terrada in Mexico. In the United States, they've performed on Michael Cervelli's The Hot List, San Francisco Conservatory Musical Gala, Festival Napa Valley, Bear Valley Music Festival, MTAC State Convention Banquet, Presidio Concert Series in San Francisco, National Guild for Community Arts Education Conference, and for Steinway Society-sponsored outreach to local schools and their community. There's more. Stars Aligned Siblings have won numerous awards in chamber music, including first place Chicago International Music Competition, Amateur Division, first place an Outstanding Gold Medalist Award of U.S. Open Music Competition, first place U.S. International Music Competition, first place MTAC VOC, I don't know if that's Voce or VOCE State Finals, first place DVC HNU Strings Competition, and first place Sacramento Chamber Music Competition, Chamber Music Society Competition, that is. In addition to their chamber music awards, the siblings have also received first place in numerous solo competitions and have performed individually as soloists with over 10 different orchestras since the ages of 6. Since the quarantine, the Stars Aligned Siblings have performed virtual concerts in Paris, Argentina, and have performed on programs hosted by Christopher O'Reilly and Gil Shaham. They recently won 3rd place in the Piero Ferrulli International Competition for Young String Quartets, where they also received the Youngest Ensemble Award. The quartet will be featured on NPR's From the Top, episode 398, and also From the Top's virtual concert in a history-making performance as the only all-sibling string quartet to have appeared on the show. Stars Align Siblings is taught in the Heifetz tradition of chamber playing by Ike Agus, I believe I'm pronouncing the name correctly, violin protege and accompanist of the legendary Jascha Heifetz. In addition, all 4 siblings attend the San Francisco Conservatory of Music pre-college division. Now, that was definitely a mouthful. They are an incredible young group, and I think you're going to enjoy hearing them perform. Absolutely superb performance there of the stars-aligned siblings playing Haydn's Quartet in D minor. That was the Allegro movement. And this is part of the St. Paul String Quartet competition. They are the first competitors. Coming up at about 2 o'clock, we'll have a chance for you to vote online for your favorite performers of Haydn quartets. But that is the first round. Every single quartet plays Haydn, and it is kind of a leveler of all of the musicians to really show them that sense of technique and a sense of understanding the string quartet and its history. We'll move on now to the Ardente String Quartet. They're part of Midwest Young Artists Conservatory's intensive chamber music program in Highwood, Illinois. All members are also part of Midwest Young Artists Symphony Orchestra, and the quartet is coached by Dr. Alan Dennis and Robert Bassel and consists of Ella Supatra, who's 16, Ruth Kim, 16 also, they're playing the violin, Julie Kim is the violist at 16, and Haoming Song is 17 on cello. Ella, Ruth, and Julie are students of Desiree Roostrat, and Haoming is a student of Hans-Jorgen Jensen. Ruth, Julie, and Haoming go to the Adlai E. Stevenson High School, while Ella goes to J.B. Conant High School. The Ardente String Quartet received honorable mention at the 2020 and 2021 Midwest National Chamber Music Competition. And they were also one of the 6 finalists for the 2020 St. Paul String Quartet competition. This is from last year, and if you were listening, they were the ones that received the audience prize last year. The quartet was featured on WFMT 98.7 FM's Introductions in the summer of 2020, and most recently, they were selected as one of the quarterfinalists of the 2021 Fischoff Chamber Competition. The Ardente String Quartet playing from Haydn's quartet called Sunrise. The Ardente String Quartet playing here as part of the St. Paul String Quartet competition. That was a movement from the Sunrise Quartet by Haydn. We're in the first round, or I should say the first section of the final round with all Haydn quartets, all movements from Haydn. And you're going to learn more about the quartets coming up a little bit later. We have interviews with each of them, and this is actually a really wonderful addition to this particular way of presenting the competition online, is a chance to meet and hear from each of the kids and their favorite pieces and why they play from memory or why they chose a certain one, etc., like that. We're going to move on to the Omaggio String Quartet. They were formed in the fall of 2020 at the Academy of the Music Institute of Chicago, a pre-college training program for gifted musicians. The quartet is comprised of Academy Fellows Abigail Park and Tara Hagley violins, Eleanor Detmer viola, and Jan Vargas Nedvetsky cello. The quartet is coached by artist, faculty member Matthias Thielke, and Omaggio is an Italian word that means homage or tribute, gift. The string quartet would like every performance to be a tribute to the composer and a gift to the listeners. And they chose the word Omaggio to express their love and appreciation for performing and their gratitude for the opportunity to share music with their audience. Representing cultural diversity in music, Omaggio Quartet members blend Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Russian, and Colombian cultures and speak several different languages. As solo performers, members of Omaggio Quartet have had many individual achievements throughout their musical careers. As a group, Omaggio String Quartet has made the most of the limited time by the pandemic together to prepare and record a wonderful program of chamber music selections, as well as organize outdoor performances and participate in virtual recitals and masterclasses. In April 2021, Omaggio String Quartet was featured in a live stream masterclass with members of Ariana Quartet and was selected as a quarterfinalist in the 2021 Fish-Off National Chamber Music Competition to be held in May 2021. Also was named a finalist in the 2021 St. Paul String Quartet competition that you're hearing right now. Abigail, Tara, Eleanor, and Jan are profoundly grateful for every opportunity to share their music with the virtual and, when possible, live audiences. You're definitely going to feel that sense of homage or a gift from the Omaggio String Quartet playing from Haydn's Quartet in C major, Opus 74, number 1. This is the Finale Vivace. The Omaggio String Quartet playing music by Haydn in this Haydn Round of the St. Paul String Quartet competition. That was from the Quartet in C major, the finale Vivace. Everybody sounds so good. We're through 3 quartets now, 3 more to go in this Haydn Round. And then you're going to have a chance to vote, to go onto an online poll and vote for your favorite quartets. And we'll find out who the best quartet was voted for Haydn coming up at the end of the competition. We continue now with the Carmen Quartet, coached by Sung Mi Lee. Consists of violinists Veronica Rukiki and Kate Nelson, violist Kimberly LaFranzo, and cellist Evan Raviv. Kate and Veronica are both students at Music Institute of Chicago's Academy, and Kimberly and Evan participate solely in the chamber music program at MIC's Academy. Recently, the Carmen Quartet received 2nd place in the annual Rembrandt Chamber Music Competition. They also have advanced to the quarterfinals in the Fischoff National Chamber Music Competition, and they are finalists today in the St. Paul String Quartet competition. The Carmen Quartet playing also from the Sunrise String Quartet by Haydn. This is Allegro con Spirito. That was the Carmen Quartet here on the St. Paul String Quartet competition, playing a movement from the Sunrise Quartet by Haydn. And you are hearing Haydn one after another because this first round is all about the quartets showing off their prowess and really understanding the kind of quartet composition itself, sort of the whole world of quartet, because Haydn, after all, was the father of the string quartet. So we'll have a couple more quartets coming up in a moment, and also coming up in just a few moments, I'm just looking over at my clock, at about 1:45, we're going to open up the polls and give you a chance to vote for your favorite quartets. They are being judged by the St. Lawrence String Quartet, but this will give you a chance to pick audience favorites as well. Moving on to the DAJJ Quartet. They were first formed at the Chamber Music Connection in 2015 under the mentorship of artistic director Deborah Price. The current ensemble is made up of violinists Anna Linder and Matthias Chewy Koo, violinist Victoria Phillips, and cellist Kate Fornshell. DAJJ has shared many wonderful experiences together, including outreach performances, rehearsals, coachings, masterclasses, and residencies with members of the Sphinx Virtuosi, Calidor, Callisto, Cavani, Dover, Casa, Houseman, and Harlem quartets. They've gotten all over the world. Members of DAJJ have also participated in the 2020 Your Body is Your Strad Institute, hosted by the Caroga Arts Collective. If you're wondering what that is, we do talk about that in the interview coming up in a moment. DAJJ has also performed for Christine's Christmas, benefiting the Christine Wilson Foundation, raising over $1,100,000 for local children's charities as members of the CMC Conservatory Chamber Orchestra. So welcoming now DAJJ to the Haydn Round. They are performing from the String Quartet Opus 76, number 5, the finale, Presto. such wonderful playing from the DAJJ Quartet. That was the String Quartet Opus 76, number 5 by Haydn. You heard the finale presto. It's really hard not to smile when you hear Haydn. There's just so much joy and so much connection in his music. One more quartet coming up in the St. Paul's String Quartet competition that you're hearing live right now here on this YouTube channel, and your chance coming up in just about 5 minutes to vote for your favorite quartet as well. The Amati will continue the Haydn Round with the string quartet, also from Opus 76. The Amati Quartet was formed in September 2020 through Webster University's preparatory program under the direction of David Rubitz and Vera Parkin. All 4 group members expressed an interest in competing in competition and showed a lot of motivation towards learning the repertoire. The Amati Quartet has a sponsorship from the Radar Foundation to compete in various competitions this year. The Amatis are a part of the Young Artists program through the Chamber Music Society of St. Louis, and they rehearse several times a week, always manage to have lots of fun exploring their musical ideas during rehearsals. They've performed several concerts and played for a few church services this year. Every group member loves what they do, and they all have a great time putting together each piece. The Amati Quartet would like to thank their coaches, Beth Guterman Chu, Jonathan Chu, and Angie Smart, as well as Scott and Nina Andrews for helping them along the way. Our final ensemble playing in the Haydn Round this afternoon, the Amati Quartet, the Haydn String Quartet, Opus 76, number 1, the Allegro con Spirito. Oh, they sound so good. That was the Amati Quartet here for the St. Paul String Quartet competition, the String Quartet Open 76, number 1, the Allegro Conspirato. I'm Allison Young and joined by my friend Ray Shows. And, I feel a little bit out of my element here because I'm a flute player.
Allison, quit saying that. You're doing an excellent job. I tell you, that is such it's like the page turner at a major concert. Someone's got to be doing all the important work, and you sound terrific on this, so thank you.
Oh, well, I was really thinking about something that the Amati Quartet said in their bio about how they all wanted to do competitions and they were really motivated. They wanted to learn the music. And I wanted to ask you about that, Ray. Like, what's the deal with putting on a competition? Why is that important for young musicians?
Well, that's a tough question to answer. I'll say this. I've always thought that a well-run, a fair competition is a difficult thing to achieve. We try to have as much transparency as possible in this event. The importance of this is that I believe it is the final piece in the level of preparation that a young person or a young group, in this case, does. They start out by having their reading sessions and enjoying playing music, and then they take it to the next level where they prepare for a teacher. Then after that, they're perhaps doing some recitals. At this point, the audience is now an international audience. It used to be just national, but now that we've gone virtual, it's an international audience. And our biggest goal is that we hope that that they are still enjoying playing the music when they get to the end of this point in their careers. When you hear the interview that we're going to have later on from the 2016 gold medalist, the Chimera Quartet, they talk about that, I asked them that very question of what its value was and their advice to younger players, et cetera, et cetera. Make sure you get a chance to listen to the full interview because the shorter one doesn't have all of that stuff, and I want you guys to hear the full interview of what these young players said. But anyway, I hope that answers that question. I think it's important.
Right. I think that you have to learn the music absolutely inside and out. And I think, too, working with a quartet is a completely different thing because you all have to rely on each other. Like, nobody can kind of let anybody else down by not learning their music, not only their own music, but everybody else's part, really, so they're all fitting in together. So there is this kind of level of professionalism that you have to achieve.
It's amazing, isn't it, that these young people from all different parts of the country are striving to not just emulate the professionals, but to carve their own niche in it. There's no one signature on these Haydn quartets, for example. This year, remarkably, there are no repeats. Usually we have one or two. They're both playing the same piece or whatnot, and because there's some popular quartets out there, but each of the individuals are putting their own signature on it through the guiding hand of their coaches, their supportive hands and caring hands of their families, because it does take dedication. I think you'll hear in one of the interviews, the young man said that the reason he signed up for the competition level was that he didn't just want to meet once a week. He actually wanted to meet multiple times during the week. And, not to belabor the point, we've all been through 12 months of a pandemic, but you can only imagine that it has been an incredible challenge for these young people to present the music at this level. It is harder this year than it was last year, Allison, because last year at least they had up until March to prepare, and now they didn't have that. And many programs, when I contacted them and they responded, I'm sorry, we aren't able to have a program this year. And I'm thinking, these kids are the lucky ones, and we're the lucky ones to witness their dedication and work going forward. Yeah, so, but it does take dedication, anything, whether you're playing string quartet or flute.
I played my flute today. I played for a service, actually, for a communion service. So I'm not communion, first communion. So I had my flute out today, and I was thinking about all the technique it takes to play a string instrument and how you learn at a much younger age, usually, than wind instruments. But I was also curious about the repertoire. So I made kind of a guess that the reason you have a Haydn repertoire is because Haydn is the father of the quartet, and you really start to establish a kind of baseline of understanding the genre. Am I correct with that? Do you want to add something?
I think you've said it very, very succinctly. When we first started as a quartet, my experience was that we started with Haydn quartets, even though we had played a lot of Bartók and Shostakovich and great Beethoven string quartets and others and new commissions as well. When we got serious about it, they put us together, and our coaches said, you really need to start at the crucible of string quartet playing, which is Haydn string quartets. And I know that from that point, then you go forward. And, interestingly enough, Allison, we probably should mention the new round that's coming up that we're about to hear at 2:00. We are going to have the very first ever BIPOC round. And that was a suggestion that my colleagues asked of me to put on this. And I totally did it with the understanding that it would be a new and inexperienced round for us. My own string quartet has been working on new compositions and also compositions, BIPOC compositions, all season long. And so we're building a new library, an additional library into the canon of string quartet repertoire, and it is just amazing. I think you are all going to simply delight in this next piece by George Walker. It's a piece that I wish I had been introduced to many, many years ago, and I'm delighted to say we're going to hear now 6 very distinct and different interpretations of a piece that they have obviously never heard before and have never. And I should be very clear. This particular recording you're going to hear was done in the last 2 weeks, just before the event that was happening. They knew it was coming, so some of them may have started it earlier, but I know that they all sent the recordings in just this last week. So I am delighted to hear this. This particular piece by George Walker, his Lyric for Strings, which is the second movement from his string quartet, which is in itself a wonderful piece. And there's so many things. You're also going to hear a Florence Price string quartet later this today that I had never heard before. So one of these things is these kids get out and they're little explorers. They and their coaches are doing such a marvelous job with the repertoire.
Right. And, it's so interesting about the George Walker. He uses the word lyric, which all of a sudden makes you think of it's like poetry. It's like something that's it's just very, very a beautiful statement. And a lot of times in competition, I know, especially when you were young, I did this when I was a flute player, and you want to show like super fast technique and like I can just play anything. Yes, fiery music, and to like slow down and play something that is, sort of internal. I mean, it takes a real level of maturity. Is that why you asked to put this piece on the program or on the competition?
The first reason was it's just a beautiful piece of music, and it's been equated as the parallel to the Barber Adagio, which is also a second movement of a string quartet.
Interesting, but yeah.
The second reason was exactly as you mentioned, that most of the repertoire that the students are choosing over the years, and I have a collection, I've collected it all and looked at it, is, as you say, fast, technical pieces. And there have been the occasional slow pieces, but generally it's fast, technical bravura style pieces. And the technique that you have to do in a string quartet that has very slow pace to it, it really expands your understanding and the coloration of the bow in a slower trajectory. So yes, I think that is the part that most young players overlook for obvious reasons. They detected it as the challenge, and that was my reason for putting it on as this year's selection.
I want to ask you just a little bit about your own playing this year, because I think all of us are pretty amazed that these 6 quartets, could pull it together. I mean, that they could find a way to rehearse, that they could find a way to be together and to make these recordings. I mean, all of that is asking a lot already when you're busy with school, but during the pandemic, it's difficult. What kinds of things have you learned in your own quartet playing about each other and about kind of patience and, and working things out?
It has been an incredibly challenging year. We don't need to, obviously, we won't go long into it because everybody has experienced it. But we have had to relook at our technology. We're now playing with electronic digital iPads, which is something I thought I would never do because I have a deep love of paper. I really like the way the paper feels in my hands. I'm not kidding. I'm a geek that way. I like to feel the music. But we had to do a lot of concerts this last year outside. It was the only place that we were allowed to perform, obviously, and the wind became a major factor in that. Unless you're memorizing your pieces, which we've done in the past, but it is difficult to memorize programs one program each month. It was very challenging to try to do that. So we switched over to digital, and it really has been a godsend for us because we were able to manage any of the wind activity, obviously, that's going to take place. And also, we can now keep our libraries in one place. But it has been a challenge, but it has been a rewarding challenge because the repertoire. This year, just to add a final note on our change of what we did as a professional group, was the incidents that occurred in May last year in Minneapolis with George Floyd. We re-looked at our mission statement and really opened up the way we approach music and in how we include composers of color, Black, Latino, Indigenous. We are working on a commission with an Indigenous composer right now. So there's so many things we have learned and been gifted because of this. And I don't want to call them silver linings, but they are certainly things that have moved us forward and got us off our stuffy chairs. And we're delighted to be part of that. But I tell you, Allison, it's the young people that you're hearing today that are the spirit behind all of this, that keep all of us going forward. And I've told them all that in the interviews. And it's a few minutes now before 2 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and open up the poll. And if my engineer, Tom Peterson, will go ahead and put it on a jury deliberation pause here, and then start us up at 2 o'clock with Allison. And actually, at the beginning at 2 o'clock, Allison, I don't think you need to do the introductions. You've already introduced the groups. So we can start fresh right at 2 o'clock with the next round, which will be the BIPOC round. Thanks again, Allison.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. See you soon.
See you soon. Hello again. My name is Ray Shows, Artistic Administrator of the St. Paul String Quartet Competition, also its founder. This is year 16, and we are having a wonderful, wonderful experience here. At least I know that I am, and I hope that you guys are. Last year, we brought on a couple of laureates from the Calidor String Quartet. Took me a minute to get that, remember that last April. The Calidor String Quartet gave a wonderful interview, live interview. This year, I was able to locate the Chimera Quartet from the 2016 gold medal round competition, and they were the gold medalists in that particular event. And I was able to ask them some personal questions and about their careers and their lives. And I'm going to bring you now a short version of it. This is about a 9 or 10 minute version of the interview with the four of them in different parts of the world, actually. One was in Berlin and the other was LA and then Boston. So there was quite a distance there, but it was a beautiful interview. And then if you want to hear the fuller interview, there's a link to it. We'll make sure a link is put on there soon, if it's not already there. But anyway, this is the Chimera String Quartet gold medalists from the 2016 St. Paul String Quartet competition. I hope you enjoy it. I'm so delighted you took some time out of your day to let me interview you about what you've been up to and your experience and that sort of thing. So, Emma, would you please tell us what have you been up to in the last 5 years?
Well, after playing together as a quartet, I attended the Colburn Conservatory in Los Angeles for 3 years. And after that, I decided to move east to Yale for 2 years. And just this December, this last semester, I moved to Berlin. So now I'm studying. Yeah, I'm studying at the Hans Eisler Music Conservatory with Therese Zimmerman.
Cameron, tell me where you've been. What you're up to?
After doing St. Paul, I went to the Cleveland Institute of Music. I did my undergrad there for 4 years. And then I went on to New England Conservatory, where Geneva goes as well. And I'm currently getting my master's here. And yeah, I've been just practicing away. And I really need a haircut. My hair has been super long and unruly, but
I love it. It's a real artist look, man.
That's what I think. I think it's like the crazed artist look. So maybe that's what I'm going for. But yeah, it's been I'm very thankful to be where I am and onward and upwards, you know?
That's great. Okay, who's next? Thompson, let's put you up at bat here. Tell us what you've been up to.
Oh, hello. Well, actually a lot have happened in the past 5 years. I'm still playing the cello. Came to Juilliard for my undergrad, and then I am back again for my master's degree. And this is my first year as a grad student. I am trying out different things, kind of just like seeing how other things work out in comparison to like a traditional classical music route. I've been collaborating with other companies and also doing projects with friends, just looking into art and technology as a possible route instead of, trying to audition for an orchestra.
Okay, I guess we better ask Geneva what she's been up to. Go ahead.
Hi, it's so nice to see you again. Right after St. Paul's, I guess I was a senior that year, I went to the New England Conservatory in Boston, and I did my undergrad there, and I'm now in my first year of artist diploma studies there. And it's been amazing since Cameron came this year that we're in the same place. A little unfortunate, obviously, we don't actually get to see each other very much just because of safety restrictions, but you know, we ran into each other in the hallway yesterday and it like made both of our weeks. It was great. And you know, it's been very nice actually that the four of us have kept in touch a lot and even still played together sometimes. Last summer we had a project through Thompson actually has a chamber music series that he started in LA and we played a concert for that, which was really a lot of fun.
Okay, so that you guys answered question number one very successfully. I love that. One down, two more questions. All right. Starting with, let's start with Thompson this time. Thompson, how important has chamber music been in your life?
Well, it's been very important. I wouldn't be playing music right now, or still pursuing music if not for chamber music. I want to say probably the most important part of playing a classical instrument, based just purely off being able to make music with people, being able to share it with your fellow colleagues, and being to work together. It's such a significant part of being a musician, and yeah, I can't really imagine playing music without playing chamber.
Geneva.
Yeah, we have a very similar answer, I would say. At times in my life, chamber music has kind of been everything. One of the things I spend the most of my musical life doing, you know, every summer since I can remember, I've always been at some festival doing chamber music. Always had a chamber group at school, and whenever I have a chance to play with friends and colleagues, you know, I generally always jump at that chance, and I just find that it's such a powerful and special way to connect with people. You know, you don't even have to know the person themselves that well, but it's just very powerful to connect through this medium and you know, share.
Excellent. Cameron, your thoughts on my question of how important has chamber music been in your life?
I mean, I don't even know how many good things I can say about chamber music. Like, it's just the type of thing where I can 100% say that I would not be the human I am without chamber music. I mean, I was actually just talking to my teacher about this, that when I play chamber music, I always feel the most free, and I feel almost like I've stopped trying to make music. It's just kind of happening. And there's this like little spark of when you're in a chamber group and you look across, and especially now with masks, you know, we rely a lot on like eyebrows and eyes, and you get that little, you don't have to say anything, but it just kind of clicks.
Emma, how important has been chamber music in your life?
For me, chamber music is the reason why I decided to pursue music at all seriously. Being in a quartet was the first time I had ever sort of discovered that music was about more than just sort of playing the right notes and expressing something, that you could not only make something profoundly beautiful or profoundly meaningful, but you could also work with others and experience this deep emotional connection with somebody and this unspoken connection with somebody on a level that I don't know, that I don't think I'd really ever experienced before up until that point, or I had never been able to put my finger on it.
Advice to your younger colleagues. Emma, let's start with you. You're still on the screen here.
I think it's the best way for young players to stay motivated.
Thompson, advice for the younger Thompson.
To younger musicians, I would say to just be very open-minded to every experience and also just opportunity presented.
And I think there's a level of wanting to go even deeper and wanting to uncover more things.
I would say to just, make sure that you love what you're doing and you pursue what you love doing, and part of that is being open-minded and being open to exploring things. That doesn't mean that you have to do something non-traditional, but just, to give it your best shot. And
if I should just very quickly just say that competitions like these, I know, gave all of us young people a real push forward and a sense of being respected and taken seriously as artists at a very young age. And I think that that was really important for us, and the kindness and energy, positive energy that we experienced at St. Paul gave us a sort of miniature version of a real professional experience that I think we all really valued. And I think making young musicians feel valued, respected, and uplifted is something really valuable. And I know that we all cherish that memory, and I think it's great what you continue to do.
Hi, and welcome back to the St. Paul String Quartet competition. We're in the final round right now, and you have heard all of the quartets, 6 finalists, playing Haydn and playing the required BIPOC work for this year by George Walker, the lyric. And now it's going to get really quite interesting because they get to show their own choices of music. They just have a few restrictions. They need to choose from kind of the Romantic Nationals era and the Modernist era. So you hear a real variety of pieces. It's going to be very interesting for this year. Some pieces might be quite new to you. You'll hear from Florence Price, Black African-American composer. Also Jessie Montgomery is represented, and Prokofiev, Jonathan Bailey, a lot of really interesting composers and interesting pieces of music. To remind you as well, if you go to the website right now, the St. Paul String Quartet competition website, you can find out how to vote for your favorite, because there will be a special prize for audience favorite. So don't forget to do that before the polls close. We will start with the Stars Aligned Siblings. And also what's been really cool about this time of COVID, and that because we've had to be virtual, we've had a chance to interview all of the musicians, and they have some really interesting things to say out of the mouth of babes. There's some good advice and ideas about playing music. So we would begin right now with the siblings ensemble, the Stars Aligned Siblings. So Dustin, Valerie, Starla, and Colin, those are your names?
Yes.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Brashears.
Brashears. It's so good to meet all of you. So you're all in the same family. We actually had a little bit of laugh seeing you come onto the screen together because we figured you were just going to do one Zoom meeting. We want to know, what is a rehearsal like? Does somebody lead the rehearsal, or do you all have a say in it? How does it work?
Everybody has a say, but I think that I usually lead it. And most of the time we rehearse with our teacher over Zoom.
You rehearse with her, or
Yes.
him? Is it with her? You rehearse with her over Zoom. So you don't even rehearse alone, singly, as a family. You rehearse with her.
Yeah, well, mostly with her. Yeah.
Interesting. Now, why is that? Is it to just help you kind of conduct the rehearsal?
Yeah, it's nice because it makes it so we can't start fighting with each other, and it's also nice because she's also teaching us, so it works out really well.
All right, so let's talk about listening to you guys. I love your videos, and I think the most impressive thing that people see is that you're playing from memory. Talk about that a little bit. About is it hard to memorize?
Well, it depends on how much time we have. It's really not that hard because we play it basically every day, and you just memorize it if you're playing it every day and looking at the music every day. And so when we perform it, it's no big deal because we always practice it.
So talk about dividing your time between your own practice and ensemble practice. I think I'll have Dustin say a few words here at this point. I know you've all played concertos with orchestras, and you've also played, obviously, in the ensemble together in your quartet. How do you divide the time between practicing and, of course, still going to school and doing all the other things you do?
Well, I guess I'll just give you our schedule.
Perfect.
So yeah, school starts so early that we haven't really had time to practice before. So when we get back from school, it's around 3 o'clock.
No, it's usually around 4.
Uh-oh, the fights are starting.
We have a 2-hour lesson with our teacher, and then we have dinner, and then we usually do an hour of reviewing what we did with with our teacher right before, and then we do an hour and a half of solos.
Actually, it really depends whether we have a solo performance coming up or a chamber music performance. But since the pandemic, we've mainly been focusing on chamber music.
Do you guys do other activities besides playing music and school?
Yeah, we like playing with your younger siblings. And yeah, we like playing wall ball outside. We do that at the beginning of our chamber music lessons, everybody has to play scales individually. And while that person does that, everybody else plays outside.
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of fun. Oh, so one after another. It's like a little exam,
Yeah.
a little testing. So I read about that you do the Heifetz tradition of ensemble playing. What is that?
Okay, well, our teacher she was Heifetz's accompanist for the last 15 years, and she learned so much with him, and she's passing it down to us. And it includes, most of it is actually the nuances of the music and the rubato. It's kind of hard to explain, but you can hear it, and it makes the performance so much more special.
Yeah, it's all the little subtle details that make a big difference.
Hi, you guys. Weren't you here last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're all familiar, and I'm so happy to see you back. It's awesome. So I think the first question I'm going to ask, and probably just go around, kind of a round robin for all of you, since you were here last year and we talked, like what has changed? How have you grown as musicians?
Well, obviously a lot has changed, and there's a lot of obstacles this year compared to last year. And I feel like as a team, we really worked on how to kind of overcome these challenges and find new creative ways to play together.
Yeah, like Ruth said, I think because of COVID, a lot has changed with the social distancing and those protocols. And we also have to sit socially distant. So it's been kind of difficult to hear each other, but it's still been a really fun time for us.
Does it make you listen more carefully, or you really have to
Yeah.
use your eyes more, I guess, in some of the movements more?
Definitely.
And you just have to continue just trying your best, even though it may not be the most convenient of circumstances, and just try and continue practicing and continue adapting.
Ella, is there anything about like the repertoire in particular that's inspired you during this year that may have helped you as growing as a musician?
For sure. Definitely with this year, there's a new level of trust between, like, when you're playing chamber music, between everybody in the quartet. We've been fortunate enough to be able to rehearse weekly and have our weekly coachings, but definitely I don't think any group is as prepared as they would be in a normal setting or have as much rehearsal time if there wasn't a pandemic. And when you play, you kind of just have to have trust in yourself and everyone else in the group, that everyone is on the same page and everyone is going towards the same goal, and it will be okay, basically.
Can you just remind us what ardente means? How did you choose the name, and how does it relate to your playing?
We actually originally had a lot of ideas before we chose ardente, but we wanted to kind of like embody and channel passion into our playing.
How did you choose the repertoire for this year?
Well, I think our repertoire this year is very diverse, and it covers a lot of different ranges of sounds and characters. In the Schubert, you have some lyrical sections, and you also have some very dramatic and passionate, relentless sections. And the Forged Sanctuaries, we played the Hypnosis of Tides, which is the second movement from that string quartet. Rhythmically, it was a challenge for us, and I felt it really pushed us as a group.
There's obviously a lot of different like styles you can play it in, but I really like the Schubert. We really worked hard on that and really tried different type of stylistic things and technical things. I feel like it's well prepared. Yeah.
Julie, is there a piece that you're playing that really stretched you as a musician, that pushed you into it, like a new level of playing?
I think stylistically, Death in the Maiden pushed me, but in terms of like musicianship and, you know, playing with each other as a group, I think Hypnosis of Tides really pushed me.
So you guys are not all in the same grade. Aren't you graduating?
Yeah, I am graduating this year.
What's going to happen after you graduate? Are you going to play together still?
No, I'm probably going to abandon them, but
are they just learning right now?
yeah, they probably are. But throughout the years that I've been with my quartet, the other members have really given me a lot of optimism and a bunch of confidence of that I felt about myself, especially when I was struggling during like some of the years of my high school. And
there's definitely magic in playing chamber music. Do any of you want to comment on what he's just said?
We really just helped each other beyond music and from relationships, like Ming said.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite parts about playing chamber music is when we're working really hard on something and then the moment it clicks and we can finally do it the way we envision something to happen. It's just a really special and magical moment for like 4 individual parts to finally come together and create something so intricate and so complex. I just find chamber music to be really beautiful.
So you guys have this really beautiful name, Omaggio. Can you talk about what the name means and how it relates to this moment in time?
We picked this name because we thought of every performance as kind of being a tribute to the composer and to the audience. It's really appropriate for this time because being able to play chamber music together, like right now in this time, is really a gift.
Yeah, building on what Tara said, that when we do a really intensive music program like the Academy, it's obviously for us to develop our skills, but it's also so that we can give a better gift to the audience and to the people that we play for.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a really tough year. Are there like some techniques in your playing or sort of understanding about music that has improved and really changed because of the hardship of this year?
Our work ethic during rehearsal time has definitely improved, and we found like different ways to rehearse. It was definitely very difficult, but I would say the Zoom rehearsals definitely helped us be aware of other people's parts, because we had to be so conscious and like aware of the score in order to really know what's going on.
What does a rehearsal look like for the Omaggio Quartet? How do you approach it?
The Zoom rehearsals required so much focus because all of like the fun parts of playing chamber music were kind of taken away. And so once we put it together, we do have a lot of fun. Partly just playing the music together after Zoom was wonderful. We thought, wow, this is real chamber music. We usually will all give constructive feedback on different things, and we like to record ourselves at the end of a rehearsal and think about that until our next one and discuss that. Those are some of the main methods we use.
I mean, you have any secrets you could share with us about something that, you know, like, oh, in that one piece that we've, you know, had the Haydn whatever, we had a, you know, a place that made us laugh? Or
I feel like we laugh a lot together in rehearsal, which I really appreciate. I think it's part of the social component of chamber music that I have always really thought was really fun, was like connecting with your group and laughing together. So there's not really like a specific thing I would say, just that we really enjoy each other's company and we laugh a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there were like certain passages and certain pieces that we would all be nervous about. We'd all be like, oh, here we go, it's this part. But I don't think there was a specific moment where we had like an inside joke or anything like that. Yeah.
I really love the recording of your Debussy. I think that's just so beautiful. And that's a really particular world language too. What do you think of when you try to convey Debussy's musical language as opposed to like Haydn's musical language?
Well, Debussy is a French composer, so we try to really portray like the abstractness of the music. Kind of, we tried to compare it to like art. So abstract art, where I don't exactly know Impressionism. We tried to like give it more of an impressionistic feel, where, you know, there's so many different blends of colors, and then it all just kind of makes one big picture. And we tried to really convey that in our recording. Yeah.
Tell me your experience, please, with the George Walker Quartet, the lyric.
It's such a beautiful piece. Like, we really enjoyed rehearsing it. It's so beautiful. Yeah, we really had a fun time rehearsing it because it's such like a sentimental kind of piece, and we definitely had a lot of fun rehearsing it because it's not something like Debussy or Prokofiev, where it's just, you know, it's just so technically, I mean, not so technically, but it's more technically challenging. It's more of like really trying to convey like the mood and the feel of the music, and we were just trying to like feel it together, and it was definitely a fun piece to rehearse. And we had a recording session last night for it, and we even tried to like think of it as like we were trying to think of what should we think about when we're recording this piece, and we were thinking of, well, maybe when you're about to go off to college and you kind of look back at, you know, your house and like all of these moments that you shared as a kid. So it was like, we tried to give it a very nostalgic kind of feel, because that's more than like sadness, more of like a sentimental, nostalgic kind of, I keep saying feel, but that's the word I can use to describe it. So yeah, we had a really fun time rehearsing it.
Wow,
What?
that is such great music. I mean, we need applause right now. There's just the two of us making
Oh, no,
noise.
there are a lot more people. No, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We just said, who's going to go on first? And of course, I interrupted you. Go ahead, please.
Oh, that's totally fine. Okay, so I'll make an announcement. You are listening to this live broadcast, virtual broadcast of the St. Paul String Quartet competition for 2021, and we're in the final round now. I mean, this really is the finals, but they have sort of three different sections to play. So they played a Haydn quartet, and then the required piece by George Walker, the lyric, which was so interesting to hear one quartet after another playing this piece of music because everyone had like their own flavor. It was just so beautiful. And now we're into this final round, which is quite interesting too, because everyone gets to choose their repertoire, you know, from some guidelines. But we heard Debussy and Prokofiev with the Omaggio string quartet there. And this is actually a question I have for you, Ray, about do quartets become like specialists in music, or are you really expected to be able to play repertoire from everywhere?
You know, I think in general, I think a few groups become specialists, but I think in general, most of the groups do cover a panoply of all the range of repertoire that's out there. And now we're expanding that with more composers being reintroduced to the canon by playing BIPOC composers, Latin composers, this kind of stuff. One thing that comes to mind is repertoire selection. I've had the luxury of being able to review all the repertoire, and it's posted actually on up to, I think it's current to at least 2019, if not last year, about all the repertoire that made it to the final rounds. And you will see lots of favorites. You'll see lots of, stuff that fits well into the high school diaspora of young quartet players, but you'll also see some of the most complicated and challenging works in the repertoire. And even tonight, we're hearing this afternoon, we're hearing repertoire choices. When I look at this, that are stunningly new to St. Paul String Quartet competition. Of course, we've got John Bailey Holland, which we recently heard. We're going to hear, of course, Janacek 2, which we've heard Janacek 1 before. The Daniel B. Romaine Parks Quartet and the Montgomery Strum. Again, Jesse's piece has become almost a staple in not only young quartets, but in professionals. But the repertoire is quite diverse this time. And I don't know, I'm finding it very interesting to listen to. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. I loved the Florence Price. I have to say that was one of my favorite pieces of this entire section we've heard so far. 3 quartets, we've got 3 to come. But I just found that one so luscious and expressive, and really challenging for the players too. I mean, I think it had a little of everything. All of a sudden, you would hear. I think the second violinist came forward to actually show that she had the solo at one point.
Yeah, it's a really well balanced piece, and it is incredibly missing from performances. The fact that I've been playing quartets for 35 years, and I had never played it or heard it played. Speaks to an error, shall we say, or a lapse, I should say, in the repertoire selection. And so what I like about this is we're seeing the young people forging ahead in this particular area. And I want to mention that we are planning to have a senior division next year. In other words, college age groups next year. We had hoped to get it started this year, but I got my announcement out too late, and we didn't have enough applications in order to support it. But we still had a lot of interest, and the phone calls I made around the country indicated that people just needed more time, and we need more time to rehearse and get together on it. But I'm really looking forward to adding that dimension into it and making a whole weekend, if possible, out of it going forward. Probably we'll have to have 2 different quartets adjudicated, because I can't expect the St. Lawrence Quartet to spend 2 whole complete days in a weekend doing this, but I'm sure we'll work it out somehow.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a way to meet these musicians. I mean, you felt like you got to know them in the Haydn, you really got to know them through the George Walker, but now you're feeling like you know them intimately, and sort of the way that they understand music. And I think it's going to be a challenge for our judges, the St. Lawrence String Quartet. We'll get to meet with them later after they adjudicate. We'll have a conversation with them. And I do want to mention that if you haven't had enough string quartet this afternoon, you do not want to miss this wonderful quartet, the St. Lawrence String Quartet. All four members are our judges for this competition, this final round of the competition. And they're giving a performance tomorrow at 4 o'clock. It is online. And I think you just go to Schubert.org. It's the Schubert Club here in St. Paul. Schubert.org, and you can hear that performance. But yeah, because now it's like you're just starving for even more quartet. You just want to hear. It's really incredibly. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm a flute player, and we don't have any repertoire of this level for our chamber music groups. Truly.
Well, we should get back to it. I think the groups are ready to play for us. So thank you,
well, ready to play.
Allison.
Oh, you bet.
We'll
yeah,
get to it.
and Janacek and Mendelssohn coming up.
Okay.
Hi, you guys. It's so good to have you here. So I'm going to start with the name of your group. It's Carmen, and it comes from the Latin for poem. But what are you hoping that listeners get from this name of your quartet? What kind of meaning do you hope that they assign to your playing? Maybe we can start with Veronica.
Well, yeah, it means poem. So I think what we were trying to kind of bring to the name was like a sense of like unity and like being together as a group, because when I think of poem, I think of like lyricism and like really like just very musical things.
It's a poem, so it always tells a story, and we want each piece that we play to tell a story. And we also want it to be unique, and we want it to be musical and interesting.
What was it like this year? How did you rehearse?
It started on Zoom in the fall because the restrictions were really heavy, but slowly we kind of incorporated more and more in-person rehearsal times, especially in the after winter break in the spring. We started to go to each other's houses and rehearse masks even on a weekly basis, and so that was really special.
Rehearsing on Zoom was really weird, and it was definitely a challenge, and then coming in person it was just so special and so great. I think it kind of made us closer as a group.
Could you share with me maybe like your favorite parts of playing in a string quartet?
I don't know. It's one of my favorite things personally. I like soloing in orchestra, but I just adore chamber music. I just think with chamber music, you have more of a connection with each person.
I really love the performance of the Janacek in particular. I was watching your video. You are using some extended techniques, aren't you, in that to make a kind of a like a folksy sound?
Are you talking about the poncello in the beginning?
Yeah. What is that exactly?
Poncello is like when you play with your bow almost on the bridge, which gives a very airy and thin sound. Almost doesn't even sound like your actual instrument anymore.
Right. It must be fun to do.
Yeah, and what we were going for was a kind of ghosty, creepy, mysterious sound.
Talk a little bit about the George Walker piece, because we've been talking to some of the other quartets, and I know it's like a really slow piece. And sometimes I think that's harder to do because when your nerves are really going, it's like almost easier to play fast.
Yeah, I think for the George Walker, like especially with the like little amount of time we had to prepare it, we were mostly focusing on getting like a really nice group sound, because at the beginning when we started the piece, especially like in slow pieces, I think it's really hard to make like a nice group blended sound.
I wanted to add on to that. There was a bunch of eighth notes that we all passed around, and we all wanted to rush it. So we really had to work on slowing it down and making them sound reluctant.
Yeah, it's so funny because just like musically, you think of like playing slow is something really elementary, and yet in some ways it's something more advanced. Which pieces that you're playing are your favorites?
I personally, I love the Janacek. I think it's definitely a newer piece, and I love the different styles and colors that it goes through, and I love the story behind it, and it's cool, like, as we're playing it, just thinking of that story in your head and just trying to show that emotion. I think it's really fun to do that.
Yeah, it sounds like it's really important to you guys when you finally come together when the music is really rehearsed and you know all your parts, that you have to go like one step further to make a story or make a message, that really is key.
That was definitely the experience that we had.
What are you guys looking forward to most after this pandemic's over?
Probably doing live concerts again, making music together in orchestra and in chamber. Yeah, I think that's what I missed out most on in the pandemic.
Hi, you guys. It's good to meet you. First of all, like, what does your name DAJJ, what does it mean?
So about 5 years ago, we had different people in the group, and the first violinist name was Daniel, and my name is Anna, and then the violist name was Julian, and the cellist name was Jackson. So the first letters of all four names spelled out DAJJ, and it stuck. So even when these members came in, we just kept the name as DAJJ.
Does it express anything about how you play?
It has a nice ring to the name, so I think it really fits our group's personality.
I read that you were part of the 2020 Your Body is Your Strad Institute. What does that mean? What do you learn from that?
So we learned a lot about the Feldenkrais method and how we can use it within our playing and to bond more together as a group. We learned a lot about the body clock, which is where you really where you engage with your sit bones and you move all the way around your chair. So it really helps you connect with your group and the others around you.
So this has been a tough year. So when you're talking about relating as an ensemble and playing together, how did you rehearse? Did you rehearse in this church normally?
We recorded in this church for our recordings competitions, but we usually rehearsed at a member of one of our members' houses, and on different days of the week we go to a different member's house, and we could rehearse in person with being socially distant.
What kind of challenges did that bring to your playing?
Well, with mass especially, it's hard to be able to read someone's like facial expressions and stuff. So we just learned to try to express a lot more with our body so we could communicate easier while playing.
How did you choose the repertoire for this year?
We loved our Mendelssohn from hearing it the first time, and we just thought that we should really play that because all of us felt connected and we all loved the piece a lot.
And we really liked the Haydn because it's so energetic and celebratory, and the high energy really helped us play.
You all play in youth orchestras and also do solo concertos. How does chamber music help you with those other activities?
When I participate in a city orchestra, I incorporate values in chamber music such as like moving or connecting with another instrument section instead of just following the conductor, so I can fully connect with the orchestra.
For solo, chamber music has definitely helped me work better with my accompanist when I record for competitions and stuff, and it's helped me to express myself a lot more in my own solo playing.
It definitely helped me with learning which passages I should communicate and cue more on, and reading deeper into the pieces that I play for solo. And also for orchestra, it just teaches me how to communicate with everybody in the orchestra rather than just people in my own part.
Are there other things you do besides music that you fit into your day?
I run cross country.
I'm in the theater program at school and I do ceramics.
Chewy, do you have other activities?
Yeah, I play soccer.
Yeah, and so it's always interesting to me to do other stuff, especially things that are like sports or arts, because they can tend to inform what we do as musicians. Are there some things that you would think about when you play music that is from outside the rest of your life?
I think theater kind of plays a role in chamber music because you're really bringing out the different emotions and connecting with people, so you can take some of your acting and put it into chamber music.
Anybody want to say anything else about the repertoire you're playing?
We're also playing a piece that we didn't mention before called the Parks Quartet by Daniel Renard Roumain, and he is I believe a Haitian American composer, and he wrote his quartet piece dedicated to Rosa Parks, and we throughout had a goal of trying to bring out what she was feeling when she was on that bus, and we were there's many moments in the piece where we can relate to that.
tell me your names and what instrument you play.
Well, I'm Ava Andrews and I play violin.
I'm Bradley Smith and I play violin.
And I'm Jay Lipsitz and I play the viola.
I'm Natalie Van Winkle and I play the cello.
You're a new quartet from just this past September. Am I correct about that? How did you find each other?
Well, me personally, I've known each person separately. And we're all in the same chamber music program, the preparatory program of Webster University. And we were assigned to this group because we all indicated we wanted to compete and just do something more serious.
Well, for me, since I'm a senior, I kind of want to get some experience in whatever experience I can before I go to college, since I'm going into music.
For me, in previous years of prep, we kind of move around for different cycles throughout the year, so we get experiences with different people. But in competition groups, you stay in the same group the whole year, and I think that sort of serious study was really interesting to me and something that I was looking forward to.
This year,
I was interested in meeting more than once a week, which is what usually happens in prep for the competition group, and really studying a piece and taking it to the next level.
I mean, it feels good to me because as Natalie said, when you're in regular prep, you do kind of float to different groups midway through the year. But it feels different when we know we're together the whole year.
Can you talk a little bit about your repertoire and why you chose certain pieces?
Yeah, at the beginning of the year, we were talking through what genres of music and what genres of classical that we wanted to hit. And one of them was BIPOC and women composers, and we were really interested in doing something from that sort of group rather than standard Haydn rep. And we had talked about a few different things, but the Jesse Montgomery Strum was a really interesting piece. We'd never heard anything like it, and it was super fun to play.
There's a bit in the strum midway through where the piece kind of changes, where I'm plucking for an entire page, and I just get kind of to listen, but also to keep the beat. And I like that part personally because it kind of feels like a switch from what happened before, and it opens up to the rest of the piece. So that's always my favorite part to get to. But
do you guys do anything outside of music that sort of informs your playing?
I don't know if this is a good example, but I like to bake. And I really like to just pour my heart out into cupcakes and all sorts of stuff like that, and just put all of my energy and focus into this one thing. And that really kind of helps me also with music, just putting all of my attention into one piece or one section. And yeah.
How have you guys rehearsed this year?
It's been a combination of we rehearse around 3 times a week, and then we've rehearsed a bit in my backyard and also in my dining room. And then we've rehearsed at I think Bradley's church a few times.
All right. Anything else you want to add about? Oh, there you go. Hi, he's back.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, he's got a safety belt on too, so we're safe.
Oh my gosh.
So we were just talking briefly about rehearsing during this time, and kind of I wonder, and I think I'm sort of going to ask this of all the groups. I wonder if there's anything that's happened this year with the pandemic and making sure you get together to practice that has really made you feel music's more valuable or more of a gift, or having to struggle has just been better in some ways. I don't know.
I've definitely felt that because we haven't gotten a lot of work. I have not gotten a lot of orchestral playing experience this year, and this has been my main outlet for playing with other people. So this has been really important for the last year for me, especially.
Also, that chamber music in general is one of my favorite things to do. So when it all kind of stopped for a really long time, I was just kind of down about it. So I am happy that we get to do this because it's the only thing I can do.
Mm-hmm. Here we are, and Ray has just walked out there and say he's back. That was such an exciting set of performances. Wow. I know it's going to be a hard decision for the St. Lawrence Quartet.
Well, yeah, it really will. It is always a tough decision every year, and I am so grateful for the work that they put into it and the thoughtfulness that they put into it, as well as the time frame. This has been a 5-hour project here at this point. So, at this point, I'm getting phone calls for some reason. People are asking questions about the contact. Sorry about my answering the phone here.
Sorry.
No, this is really great. At this point, there's a couple things I want to bring forth before we bring St. Lawrence on here. The first thing is thank you all for coming to this event, but also please donate. This event has to be fundraised every year, and any donations that you give are tax deductible because we are a 501(c) entity through my quartet, the Artaria String Quartet, and this is a completely educational event. And the kids deserve to have a project like this that they have worked so hard for. So please be generous. Please help us out. And I just want to mention the distinguished supporters that we already currently have. I'd like to thank these guys at the benefactor level. We have Michael and Jean Antonello, who are longtime art supporters here in the Twin Cities. And also at the benefactor level are David and Karen Grandstrand, whose own children actually competed in the early years of the SPSQC event. I think that's kind of neat. In the founding supporter category are Claire Givens violins, as well as James and Perry Ledger. And of course, you'll see these names and others attached to the awards that we're about to give. So why don't we talk to the St. Lawrence String Quartet first, and then we will do the awards announcements. Okay, so Allison and I will go into audio mode, and we will be a voice from outside as Allison asks wonderful questions about these guys. So if Tom Peterson, our wonderful engineer, could bring the four St. Lawrence String Quartet members back on stage.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
There they are. It's the St. Lawrence Quartet, Geoff Nuttall, Owen, Dalby, Lesley, Robertson, and Christopher Costanza. Welcome, and thank you so much for your work this afternoon. Although I would say, for me, listening, it's like a joy to hear this. Talk about like what it feels like to hear young people who are like the next generation of kind of what you guys are doing.
Here, hold on. First.
That's awesome.
Yeah, there's only one
really
terrible
tremendous.
Good.
One
good
terrible
one,
thing
Owen.
about
That's great.
we can't clap. It was so horrible. Like the painful silence at the end of every great performance. So yeah,
so quiet.
We're obviously biased, but for me, and I see it the same. There was nothing better in my life as a young, like 10 to 16-year-old than playing string quartets with my friends and enemies at the time. It was great. It was incredible. So I loved it.
I mean,
Yeah.
I find it very exciting to listen to these kids. I never played quartets when I was that young. I think I knew what quartets were, but I didn't start doing it really till I went off to college to speak of. So it's really great to see these incredibly talented young folks getting together and playing this incredible repertoire.
Mm-hmm. You know, thinking about your Haydn, you've just, well, in 2018 released Opus 20 of Haydn, and Haydn's so important to you. How does it feel to hear young people playing Haydn? I mean, do you get some ideas from them?
Always.
Is there anything like you're listening to?
Interloper.
I should have done it that tempo instead. What were we thinking?
Yeah, no, well, it's true. We're actually embarking on a big Opus 76 project at the moment, live streaming some concerts, and we'll record them in the fall. So to hear some of those great pieces performed by these young quartets was it's really in our wheelhouse, and I, you know, it's always fascinating. You could see a composer really at work in the different ways that he or she can be interpreted. And, you know, we saw that not only with the Haydn, but of course, all those performances of George Walker's piece and, you know, pieces that were new to me, such as Florence Price's quartet, fabulous work. This was a real musical smorgasbord. And like Geoff, it really brought me back to when I was a kid playing quartets. And you know, that connection that you make with your colleagues and your friends, it can last a lifetime, and is so valuable just as a human, whether or not you go into, you know, music broadly or the quartet niche in particular.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, do you hear the kids becoming more advanced? I mean, as we get older and we look at these children, it's like, wait a minute, they sound like they're in college, or they sound like they're already like getting into that professional level.
I think it's the cool thing about what we do. It's the same. I mean, you know, we know more now. We have more available resources of recordings, but we have better editions of Haydn. That's exciting. The new Peters edition, but the instruments are the same. The music's generally the same. The act of playing is the same. The act of getting nervous for a competition is the same. I think it's really cool that I was feeling all those things exactly the same as these young people were. And I remember to this day preparing for a competition just like this, and it was both terrifying and tremendous for my musical life at the same time. So I don't think that's what's so great about it, right? It hasn't changed. It's still great.
I mean, I agree, but I actually do have a sense that the level is rising. I mean, it doesn't consistently rise every year. All the young people get better and better, but I think that the general level of playing is very high right now. And I think there are a lot of reasons for it. I think one reason could be the accessibility of music. I mean, these kids are exposed to a lot if they choose to be. Just getting on YouTube, recordings just out there to listen to, things that we didn't have available to us, doesn't necessarily make you a greater musician. But I think there are ways in which the accessibility to media, recordings, videos can change things and offer more to young people. So I mean, it's hard. You know, it's a very subjective thing. You can say, well, are 12-year-olds better musicians now than 12-year-olds were 30 years ago? Well, we can't really comment on that with any degree of accuracy. But I don't know. Every time I go to judge a competition, I feel like, wow, it's just getting better and better. I mean, at least that's the impression that I get.
Yeah, especially, I mean, I was thinking, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Lesley.
I was just going to say, especially with the Haydn quartets, I mean, we're listening to these kids perform them at such a high level, and perhaps the messages, when we're old, we open these works with the same wonder and awe that they open it up at 16. It really is a life's work, and they don't get old. They're just constantly like little treasure hunts. And so perhaps to give them the message that it will just be a friend that comes with you for your whole life.
Oh, that's so beautifully said. You know, I was just reading about your work at Stanford and how you guys involve yourself in other departments at the school, which I don't really know exactly what that means, but it says here that you're like at the schools of law and medicine, business, and education. And that kind of started to make me think about, like, some of these kids are going to be going into college soon themselves, and should they be thinking of a really well-rounded education as well as music?
Definitely. I can say that our students at Stanford, very, very few of them are actually music majors, but many of them play at an extraordinarily high level. And just to see how they are able to marry their interests in, or keep them on parallel tracks, and one actually makes them stronger at the other. And to know that we are humans that need this constant pollination from different parts of our lives, especially in the college years, it sets you up on a lifelong path. Be very strong.
That's absolutely true. And even if students go off to conservatories, as I did, I never considered going to university. I think it's essential to have find a well-rounded education, even if the institution doesn't give it to you. Now, I'm not saying that conservatories can't do that, but it's not the same as going to a university where you could study such a wide range of topics. And I remember one of my cello teachers at New England Conservatory constantly pushed me to discover more things. You can't just play the cello. You've got to know about this. You've got to know about that. And he really encouraged me to discover a well-rounded education.
Yeah. Any last words on advice for the kids as they go forward in their careers?
Just keep playing. Chamber music is the best.
Yeah, don't lose that incredible spirit of camaraderie and fun, and just sheer joy. That's what this whole thing is about. And never lose that.
Very true. Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your hard work and all you've done to help these kids and judge them today. We're going to be announcing the winners coming up in just a moment. And I really appreciate all you've done. I think I'm supposed to sign off, unless you have any parting words, or we're moving on to the next section.
Okay. Just thank
you.
Yay! Great. Thank you so much. Thanks, St. Lawrence String Quartet.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye. Mm.
That was a nice interview, Allison. That really went really well with those guys.
I'm so glad they had applause. We were all desperate.
That's a first. That's a first. To be honest, I hope we don't have to do the virtual version of this. I want to do it in person, but there's so many nice aspects of this that we're not able to do in the real life in the past, but maybe we can incorporate them next year when we come back in April of next year to have the 17th year of the competition and hopefully the senior division to join them. I would like to make sure that I think I've thanked almost all my supporters here. A couple that have gotten left off are important to not leave off. I want to remind people that the Schubert Club is a founding supporter, as is Claire Givens Violins, of this event, providing not only seed monies for the event, but the jury, providing the jury for this project. And it's a lovely collaborative project between the St. Paul the St. Paul String Quartet Competition, Schubert Club, and St. Olaf College. So tomorrow afternoon, the St. Schubert Club will broadcast the St. Lawrence String Quartets. There's too many saints around here. St. Lawrence String Quartets concert. In the evening, they will give a masterclass, a public masterclass for the St. Olaf Chamber Music Program. And then on Monday night, we'll repeat that performance that they did at the Schubert Club. The pre-record will be rebroadcast on Monday night at St. Olaf College at 8:30 p.m. So to give you some options if you can't make it tomorrow afternoon for the Schubert Club, but I hope that you do. So we are very grateful. The other person, of course, is my longtime friend Laura Sewell and her husband Peter Freeman, who have very generously helped sponsor this year's event. So without further ado, I think, Allison, I have given you the drum roll and the list. If you can read my handwriting, hopefully we'll go there. So if you would please start at the top and start telling people the awards this year.
Okay, so for the 2021 St. Paul String Quartet competition, it's time for the awards ceremony. We have an audience prize, and this is the ones that you voted for during the competition. It's a certificate and a $400 honorarium, and that goes to the Omaggio Quartet. Congratulations. Moving on to the Haydn Round, an honorable mention for the best performance of Haydn. And again, the Omaggio Quartet wins this prize. Congratulations. The Haydn Award award sponsor is the Claire Givens Violins. They receive a medal. The winners of this receive a medal and a $600 cash prize, plus a set of Haydn Opus 76 quartets. And the winners of that, the Stars Aligned Siblings. Congratulations.
A lot of beautiful performances of Haydn today.
Beautiful performances. The BIPOC Award, and this is a new, Ray, this is new for this year, correct? The BIPOC
Right.
is a new portion of the competition, and we have an award, and the sponsor for the BIPOC Award is the Artaria String Quartet, medal and $600 cash prize, and a set of Haydn Opus 76 quartets. The winner of the BIPOC Award, the Stars Aligned Siblings. Congratulations. In the BIPOC round, there was an honorable mention as well, and the certificate goes to the Omaggio Quartet. Congratulations. So now we get into the medal round for the entire competition, and we'll begin with the bronze medal. It is an award sponsored by James and Perry Ledger. Is it the Ledger family? Am I pronouncing that correctly? And it's a $600 cash prize and a set of Mendelssohn quartets, Opus 12, Opus 13. Third prize, bronze medal, goes to the Omaggio Quartet. Congratulations, Omaggio. Really did great today. Second prize, silver medal. David and Karen Grandstrand are the award sponsors, and it's an $800 cash prize and a set of Mozart 10 celebrated quartets. Second place, silver medalists in this year's competition, the DAJJ Quartet. Congratulations, DAJJ. And the final award, first place, the gold medal winners of the 2021 St. Paul String Quartet competition. Michael and Jean Antonello are the sponsors of this award, a $1,000 cash award and a set of Beethoven middle quartets and scores. Gold medal for this year, Stars Aligned Siblings. Congratulations. Bravo, bravo. We need the applause button again.
The Owen Dalby applause machine. We should have asked him to leave that in the black box here. No, seriously,
Thank
this
you
is
so much.
thank you, Allison. Sorry to interrupt. This is a wonderful culmination of a lot of work for you all, for all of us here. Allison, thank you again for those beautiful interviews that you gave. And also your emceeing today could not be done with, I could not do that like you do it. So you have a great skill on that, and I do appreciate that. All the coaches, all the families, all the moms and dads, siblings, all the family members that have supported each of the quartets, thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. Thank you for believing in your children and allowing them to pursue this beautiful art of chamber music. And thank you for attending today. And I wish you all a wonderful rest of today and a rest of the year. I hope it's a beautiful year for everybody. We'll see you next year. Please come back.
Thank you.